Number 3, Taryn Green on the carry. Out of bounds at the 12-yard line will be 3rd and 2. Timeout, North Brunswick. Like to thank our local Leland Area Rotary Club for all their support. Also, Cruz Construction, family-owned residential construction company, second-generation builder Travis Cruz has over 21 years experience from start to finish. Quality comes first. Call Cruz Construction at 910-367-1824. Number 3, Taryn Green on the carry. 8-yard gain to be first down, Scorpions. First and goal at the 3-yard line. Fumble on the play at the 1-yard line. Recovered by South Brunswick, will be 1st and 10 inside the 1. Tackle by number 4, Brandon Moody. No gain on the play. Will be 2nd and at the 1-yard line. Runner number 3, Taryn Green, loss of 1. Will be 3rd and 21 at the 49-yard line. Pass incomplete. Intended for number 14, Chase Blanks. Again, to be 4th and 21 at the 49-yard line. Punt returned by South. Out to the 35-yard line will be 1st and 10. I'd like to also thank Highway 55 Shakes and Burgers and Fries, 2 locations in Lee, ready to serve you next to Walmart and on Reed Road. Highway 55. Pass incomplete. We'll bring up 2nd and 10 at the 35-yard line. Backward pass there. Loss of 3. We'll bring up 2nd and 13. Fumble on the play. Recovered by North Brunswick. Will be 1st and 10 Scorpions at the 23-yard line. Number 10, Jamian Pickford, and number 4, Brandon Moody on the tackle. Pass incomplete. Intended for number 9, Michael Green. Will be 2nd and 10 at the 23-yard line. Fumble on the play, recovered by North Brunswick. Loss of 11 will be 3rd and 20 at the 34-yard line. Timeout, North Brunswick. Would like to thank Select Bank and Trust, 1101 New Point Boulevard in front of Walmart, to be the bank of choice in the communities we serve by providing exceptional customer service, superior products, and experienced bankers using a common sense approach to banking. Go see Select Bank and Trust here in Leland. Also, proud partners, ATMC, a local company with local priorities. We live in the community we serve. 1201 Dickinson Drive, right here in Leland. Brunswick Forest, right next to Farm Bureau. Thank you to ATMC. Pass intended to number 5, Jordan Jackson. Incomplete. We're bringing up 4th down at the 34-yard line. Pass incomplete. Intended for number 11, Deshaun Green. Turnover on downs will be 1st and 10 south at the 34-yard line. Flag on the play. Illegal substitution against South. Five-yard penalty will be 1st and 15 at the 29-yard line. Tackle by number 13, Herrick Mosley. And number 52, Garrett Gore. Gain of 8 on the play will be 2nd and 7. Ball on the 37-yard line. Pass complete to number 13. Sal, tackled by number 13, Eric Mosley. That's the end of the first half. Your score, South Brunswick 12, North Brunswick 2. Our halftime sponsor is Benchmark Physical Therapy, conveniently located right here in Leland in Waterford Village, Suite 205. To learn more, visit www.benchmarkpt.com. Would like to recognize our Booster Club and our Booster Club discount cards. Back again by popular demand are the Booster Club discount cards. Find any student athlete to purchase your card. Businesses that offer you savings on the 2021 card are Six Happiness, Highway 55, Leland Ace Hardware, Family Dog Naturals, Magnolia Salon, Tropical Smoothies, San Felipe, Dunkin' Donuts, McDonald's, PT's Grill, Domino's, Valvoline, and Subway. Get your Booster Club discount card today. And as a reminder, the North Brunswick Athletic Booster Club meets the first Monday of every month in the cafeteria. The meetings begin at 6 p.m. New this year is the Athletic Booster Club app. There's an app for that. There are posters located around the stadium with the QR code on them. Scan that code and get the app. Join the Athletic Booster Club today. So also on the app, you want to leave your legacy here at North Brunswick? Pick up a brochure in the concession stand to get more information on the Brick Paver program sponsored by Booster Club. Brick prices start at $75. As we start the second half, I'd like to thank Life Point Christian Church, located at 1725 Reed Road in Leland. Worship services on Sunday at 9:30 and 11 a.m. Life Point Christian Church. Kickoff return by number 6, Amari Smith. Out to the 50-yard line to be 1st and 10, Scorpions. Runner number 13, Eric Mosley, 12-yard gain on the play. And that's another Scorpions first down. It'll be 1st and 10 at the 38-yard line. Runner number 13, Eric Mosley, 3-yard gain on the carry. Will be 2nd and 7 at the 35-yard line. Runner number 9, Michael Green. 12-yard gain on the play. And that's another Scorpions first down. It'll be 1st and 10 at the 20-yard line. Runner number 3, Taryn Green. No gain on the play. It'll be 2nd and 10 at the 20-yard line. Fumble recovered by South Brunswick. They'll take over at the 17-yard line, 1st and 10. Tackle made by number 32, Connor West. Loss of 3 on the play. Will be 2nd and 13 at the 14-yard line. Tackle made by number 10, Jamian Pickford, and number 13, Eric Mosley. 3-yard gain on the play. Will be 3rd and 10 at the 17-yard line. Fumble on the play. Recover at number 4, Brandon Moody. Scorpions football. 1st and 10 at the 6-yard line. Rubber number 13, Eric Mosley. Out to the 3-yard line. Will be 2nd and goal at the 3-yard line. Touchdown, complete. Correction, penalty on the play. Illegal player downfield against North. It'll be 5-yard penalty. 2nd down at the 8-yard line. Touchdown, Scorpions. Touchdown run by number 3, Taryn Green. Two-point conversion is no good. With 4 minutes and 27 seconds left in the third quarter, your score, South Brunswick 12, North Brunswick 8. Would like to thank sponsor Katie's Art and Frame, offering custom and ready-made framing solutions, original paintings, art prints, art copy services for artists, and commercial art consultations and installations. Located at 324 Village Road, Unit C in Leland, Katie's Art and Frame. Kickoff return by South. Out to the 19-yard line to be 1st and 10. Fumble on the snap, recovered by South. 5-yard loss will be 2nd and 15 at the 14-yard line. Yes, ma'am. Run by South out to the 35-yard line. Flag on the play. unsportsmanlike conduct against both teams, offsetting penalties. Will be 1st and 10 at the 35-yard line. Official timeout sponsored by College Hunks Hauling, Junk, and Moving. Highway 7476 just past Northwest Park. College Hunks Hauling Junk. Three-yard loss on the play. Will be 2nd and 13 at the 32-yard line. Three-yard gain on the play. Tackle by number 4, Brandon Moody. Will be 3rd and 10 at the 35-yard line. Pass complete. Called by number 5, Michael Shrewsbury. Gain of 8 on the play. Bring up 4th and 2 at the 43-yard line. Timeout, South Brunswick. Proud sponsor, ServPro. ServPro of Brunswick County. Contact Heather Evans at 910-762-8180. 24-hour emergency service and faster to any disaster. Highly trained technicians, they'll fix you up like it never happened. Serve Pro. Four-yard gain on the run. Tackle by number 4, Brandon Moody. And number 56, Nasir Hines. It'll be 1st and 10 south at the 48-yard line. Pass incomplete. Flag on the play. It'll be holding on the offense. Ten-yard penalty will be 1st and 20. At the 36-yard line. Nice tackle by number 56, Nasir Hines. No gain on the play. He'll be 2nd and 20. Timeout on the field. With 43 seconds left in the third quarter, your score, South Brunswick 12, North Brunswick 8. Nice tackle by number 10, Jamie Pigford. Loss of 5 on the play. Pass incomplete. Number 4, Brandon Moody on the coverage. A rig up 4th down. Kickoff out of bounds. At the 44-yard line to be 1st and 10 Scorpions. Run by number 13. Eric Mosley, 5-yard gain. Will be 2nd and 5 at the 49-yard line. Number 13, Eric Mosley on the carry. Gain of 8. And that'll be a North Brunswick Scorpion 1st down. It'll be 1st and 10 at the 41-yard line. Run by number 3, Taryn Green. That's a Scorpion. First down. It'll be 1st and 10 at the 17-yard line. Pass incomplete. Intended for number 9, Michael Green. We'll bring up 2nd and 10. Flag on the play. A legal man downfield. 5-yard penalty. Will be 1st and 15. At the 22-yard line. Run by number 13, Eric Mosley. Loss of 1 on the play. Will be 2nd and 15 at the 24-yard line. Pass to number 9, Michael Green. Nine-yard gain. We'll bring up 2nd and 6 at the 14-yard line. Flag on the play. Offsides against the defense. Be a 5-yard penalty. It'll be 3rd and 1 at the 8-yard line. Touchdown, Scorpions! Number 13, Eric Mosley on the carry. Two-point conversion is good. Number 3, Taryn Green. And your fourth quarter score is now your North Brunswick Scorpions 16, South Brunswick 12. Kickoff goes out of bounds. Flag on the play. After the penalty brings the ball to the 35-yard line, will be 1st and 10, South Brunswick. Five-yard gain on the carry. Tackle by number 9, Michael Green. Will be 2nd and 5 at the 40-yard line. One-yard loss on the play. Tackle by number 56, Nasir Hines. Will be 3rd and 6 at the 39-yard line. Pass complete. Four-yard gain. We're bringing up 4th and 2 at the 43-yard line. Number 11, Deshaun Green on that tackle. Seven-yard gain on the play. It'll be 1st and 10, South Brunswick at the 49-yard line. Pass incomplete. Intended for number 12, Marcus Bishop. Will be 2nd and 10 at the 49-yard line. Tackle by number 4, Brandon Moody. No gain. Timeout, South Brunswick. I'd like to thank Carolina Sports Medicine and Orthopedic Specialists. Another year and season that we are thankful for Dr. Messina and his staff at Carolina Sports Medicine. Their dedication to our athletes year after year is much appreciated. They have offices in Wilmington, Whiteville, and Oak Island. Carolina Sports Medicine and Orthopedic Specialists. Number 7, Jamison Prince on the carry. Out to the 33-yard line to be 1st and 10 South Brunswick. Number 32, Connor West on the tackle. Tackle by number 13, Eric Mosley. 5-yard gain on the play will be 2nd and 5 at the 28-yard line. Pass incomplete. Intended for number 7, Jamison Prince. Will be 3rd down and 5 at the 28-yard line. Flag on the play. False start against South Brunswick. 5-yard penalty will be 3rd and 10 at the 33-yard line. Pass incomplete. Number 5, Jordan Jackson on the coverage. Will be 4th and 10 at the 33-yard line. What's that? 33. Let's play. Pass is intercepted. By number 5, Jordan Jackson. It'll be 1st and 10 Scorpions. First and 10 at the 7-yard line. Here, you owe me a beer. You're in the hot seat. Play is down by number 3, Taryn Green. Loss of 2 on the play would be 2nd and 12. At the 5-yard line, timeout, South Brunswick. First time we've done it in a year and a half. Oh. You're in the hot seat now. Play is down. Two-yard loss. Will be 3rd and 15. At the 4-yard line. And that's your final, folks. Final score, South Brunswick 12, your North Brunswick Scorpions 16. Great job, Scorpions. Thank you for attending our JV Scorpion game this afternoon.
Welcome to the campus of North Brunswick High School. Joined as always by everyone's favorite color analyst, Jay Combs. I'm Sam Hickman. Jay, we've done 2 high school football games already this season, but for these 2 teams, these 2 Brunswick County rivals, it's a season opener.
How strange is that? But then isn't that just exactly the appropriate thing that you would, expect in this a spring football season here in Brunswick County? Interesting, Sam, I went back. The last time these 2 teams played was October 2019. We are now in 2021, right?
Yeah, March of 2021.
October 2019. In that game, North won 11-6. So obviously it was a defensive game. And some of the kids that were in that game and played big roles will be a part of this game this evening. For North, Kenton Stafford, who's an outstanding linebacker.
Great player.
He had 12 tackles in that game. He had an interception. And on the south side, Shelton Bocock had 14 tackles. And a couple of interceptions by Noah Harrell and Noah Atkinson. All those kids will be playing here tonight. Roman Dilgard was the quarterback way back when in October of 2019. So a lot of the kids that played in the last time these 2 teams suited up will be going at it again here this evening.
And, Jay, these are 2 teams, South Brunswick and North Brunswick, who maybe in 2018 and 19 were in rebuilding mode. South Brunswick under Rocky Lewis, the head coach, and for North Brunswick, Brian Davis. I think these are 2 teams who are maybe on the verge of turning that corner, Jay, from rebuilding mode to being, legitimate competitors or contenders in the Mid-Eastern Conference.
Well, I think you're absolutely right. And take a look at North Brunswick. Coach Brian Davis, last year 6-6, 3-4. But if you look at the 2 years before, 3-19, 2-12. That's significant improvement that they showed on the field last year. And Rocky Lewis's team this year, I'm really looking forward to seeing them simply because they have so many starters returning from last year's squad that went 5-6. 6 kids on offense, 10 kids on defense are returning from last year's team.
And, Jay, our viewers tonight, they're going to hear names that they've heard before. Like you just said, this game actually features 2 returning starting quarterbacks in North Brunswick's Levi Limber and South Brunswick's Roman Dilgard.
Yeah, Dilgard is considered to be one of the better passers returning this year. Last year in 2019, he threw for 1,111 yards and 8 touchdowns, completed 53% of his passes. Levi Limbert does not throw the ball the way Roman Dilgard does, but nevertheless, in the 2019 season, he accounted for 10 touchdowns for North Brunswick. So, yeah, some returning quarterbacks, all kinds of good running backs, Marquis Willis, Cameron Mapson for North Brunswick, Danny Parker, who is a stud for South Brunswick, Miguel Miller, premier target, 46 catches the last time he strapped them up. So a lot of good ball players this evening. This should be a real fun and interesting game.
And, Jay, the best nugget of all nuggets, South Brunswick and North Brunswick are about to play high school football again for the first time in, 16 months?
Yeah. And, of course, both of these schools they were on COVID pause to start this spring football season, but that's all behind us now, and what's ahead of us is a beautiful Tuesday evening here in Leland, North Carolina, at the campus of North Brunswick High School, and hopefully will be one heck of a football game.
So South Brunswick won the opening coin toss and elected to receive. So we're going to get an early look at Roman Dilgard and company after South Brunswick receives a kick. Yeah, I believe that's North Brunswick's Jerry Abrahan who will handle the kickoff duties to start off tonight's game.
Yeah, he's a senior, and I know Coach Davis is real happy with the way this kid's been kicking the ball in practice.
Short kick, but fair call by number 28, Jacob Galuzzo. You'll hear that name multiple times tonight, Jay. He's one of South Brunswick's leading tacklers on the defensive side of the ball. Conservative play there, opting for the fair catch, but South Brunswick maintains possession, and the Cougars will run their first play from scrimmage from their own 30-yard line as we get set for the first play in this county rivalry game.
And that'll be Levi Lindbergh at quarterback. And it looks like, trying to figure, Tucker Goss maybe lined up at tailback.
South going to throw it on first down. It's over the head of the intended receiver, number 38, Garrett Frazier. So Roman Dilgard's first pass attempt of the season falls incomplete. Will set up a 2nd and 10 from the South 30.
Tate Davis will be one of the principal receivers for North Brunswick here this evening. And South, again, be watching Miguel Miller.
Dilgard in the shotgun. This one's going to be a handoff. Little bit of running room, but a good hit there around the 33-yard line. That was number 34, Bender Sanderson on the carry. Jay, one of our favorite all-timers here on ATMC TV. Bender Sanderson, not the biggest kid, but tell us a little bit about him.
5'8", $160, and that's how much he weighs, but he plays like he's 260, right?
He's a tough cookie.
He is. He just throws his body around with reckless abandon, as they say, but always fun to watch, and has had a stellar career at South.
So a 3rd and 7 from the 33-yard line. South with a little bit of a speed sweep and a big hit there. They knocked down number 11, Avion Coleman, the senior running back, after a gain of about 2, 5 yards shy of the line to gain. So, Jay, an impressive opening defensive series for North Brunswick, and that will bring on the South Brunswick punt team and junior punter Noah Harrell.
Harrell, one of the premier kickers in southeastern North Carolina. This kid's got a heck of a foot.
A good snap and a high spiraling kick. Bounces inside the 20-yard line, down at the 19. A 46-yard kick with no return. So, boy, Jay, what a weapon that is if you're South Brunswick. You go 3 and out on your opening possession that started at the 30, and yet you punt the ball all the way down to the 19-yard line. A net of 46 yards. It's actually going to be marked right at the 20. So a 45-yard punt. Nevertheless, what an opening punt of the season for Noah Harrell.
Absolutely. What a weapon, too. The ability to kind of change the fields that Harrell has, and you certainly saw it all on that particular punt.
Our first look at North Brunswick quarterback Levi Lambert. North Brunswick in the shotgun. Oh, a high snap. It comes right back down to Lambert, and he is leveled at about the 14-yard line. 15-yard line, so Lambert loses 5 yards on North Brunswick's first snap of the season. That will set up a 2nd and 15 from the 15.
Boy, tough way to start your possession, already back in your side of the field to begin with. A little further back now, Bishop Brown from his linebacker position in on the stop.
Lambert joined in the backfield by senior running back Trey Ellis, number 8. 2nd and 15. North's going to go to the air. Lambert drops back. High arching pass. He's got a man. It's Tate Davis. Davis across the 40. Brought down across the 30. A huge gain on 2nd and 15. And the Scorpions in business early.
Wow. Tate Davis, who we had mentioned before, probably the principal receiver for North Brunswick, and Lambert had some time to throw that time and delivered a strike.
55 yards on the completion from Levi Lambert to Tate Davis. So North Brunswick set up here with a 1st and 10 from the South Brunswick 30, and boy, talking about a eye-opening sequence there for the South Brunswick defense. Suddenly the Cougars on their heels a bit.
Another way to change the field, right? Harrell's great punt, Lambert's great throw.
Lambert's going to keep this one, a little zone read play, but a nice job of flying to the ball by the South Brunswick defense and dropping Lambert at the 31. I think he lost a yard there. That will set up a 2nd and 11.
Again, Bishop Brown, among others, I think maybe Calvin Bryant in on that stop as well for Rocky Lewis's South Brunswick Cougars.
When Calvin Bryant's a good-looking kid on that defensive line, good-sized kid.
They got a lot of them, 5'10", 2 1/4.
So now North Brunswick is going to go empty with 3 receivers to the bottom of your screen, 2 to the top. How about this, Jay? A little 5 wide, man in motion, a little speed sweep. A good job by South Brunswick. That was number 10, Noah Harrell, the free safety who handles the punting duties. He missed him initially, but then South Brunswick cleaned it up at the 33-yard line.
Yeah, but his penetration is really what made that play for South.
Ty Ingram was there to clean it up. And, Jay, a 3rd and long situation. It's going to be a 3rd and 13 from the 33-yard line. We got 8:25 left in the opening quarter.
Well, Limbert's got some targets out there if he gets some time.
Limbert steps up into the pocket, tries to make a man miss, and does, falls across the 25-yard line to the 24. So Limbert picks up 9 yards on the quarterback keeper. And, Jay, that's going to set up a 4th and 4 from the 24-yard line. North Brunswick gets on the ball quick. Looks like the Scorpions are going to go for this one.
Yeah, they're not gonna kick from there, Sam. Got a shot to pick up the first down and keep these chains moving.
Be interesting to see if North tries to draw South Brunswick off sides, as an offside penalty would grant North Brunswick a first down. Hard count is unsuccessful. Limbert looks to the sideline to Brian Davis. Jay, I'm wondering now if North will just run the play clock down and call a timeout.
Maybe.
And they do. So North Brunswick tries twice to lure South Brunswick off sides. A good job of staying disciplined there, particularly by the defensive line of South Brunswick. So, Jay, a huge play in the game here this early. 7:20 left in the first quarter. North Brunswick faces a 4th and a long 4 from the 24-yard line. Of course, the big play on this drive, a 55-yard completion from Levi Limbert to Tate Davis.
Yeah, so what's Coach Davis going to do here? So it's on the 24. That's a
41-yard field goal.
Yeah, and although the senior kicker they had this year, Abrajan, comes into the game with some well thought of. I don't know if he's had a chance to kick a field goal from this distance. So in all likelihood, they'll try to go for it and maybe, again, look for some of the principal offensive threats they have in Tate Davis. And, of course, Limbert can run the football too. See who he's got in the backfield right now. He's got a lot of different running backs that he can play.
Looks like number 5, Cameron Mapson is back there with him on this 4th and 4 play. 2 receivers to the top, 2 to the bottom. Man in motion is number 5. That's Mapson. Limbert drops back, fires one to the end zone. A lot of contact over there. No flag on the play, and it's going to be a turnover on down. So the pass was intended for Tate Davis there on the far side of the field. Davis tangled up with some South Brunswick defensive backs, but no flag is thrown, and it will be a turnover on down. So South Brunswick and Roman Dilgard get another crack at it. Cougars will have it 1st and 10 at their own 24.
Yeah, that looked like a good no call that time, Sam.
Yeah, I like it.
They just got tangled up, and nobody really was getting an advantage over the other. And so no flag, and ball goes over to South Brunswick.
Going to have a stoppage here, partner.
Well, again, but the season opener for both these teams, and we're like in the middle of March, right? Which seems so weird. But generally, those opening season games, you'll see some mistakes that you probably won't see in week 6 or 7, right?
Boy, Jay, it was Friday night, February 26th, and we went over to Ashley for the West Brunswick Ashley game in week 1, and that must have been an hour-and-a-half long first quarter. I mean, it was false starts and muff punts and block kicks, and just seemed to drag on forever. So, again, season opener for these teams. There's some running room around the left side. A good job of open field tackling by North Brunswick, but not before number 11, Avion Coleman, picks up about 7 yards out to the 28-yard line. So 8 or 9 yards by Coleman will set up a 2nd and 7, maybe a long 6 here from the 28-yard line of the Cougars.
Yeah, I think that was a play they were going to run when they get called for the procedural penalty. But the senior Coleman showing some good running ability getting around the left side.
Man in motion, toss sweep to the right. That's number 3, Danny Parker. His first carry brought down by Tate Davis, but Parker all the way to the 41-yard line for a gain of 13 yards and a South Brunswick first down.
Boy, every team could use a Danny Parker. Sam, 5'9", 180-pound junior running back. He plays defense as well. In 2019 season, 355 yards rushing, 4 scores. He caught 12 passes for 156 yards and a touchdown. And he's also an outstanding defensive player as well. 90 tackles, couple of interceptions, a fumble recovery. So great two-way player is number 3, Danny Parker.
Dealgard in the shotgun. It's going to be a pass. He's going to dump it to Bender Sanderson, who is drilled right past the line of scrimmage, dropped at about the 42, 43-yard line. So 2 yards on the completion to the 43 from Dealgard to Bender Sanderson.
Yeah, unfortunately, I do not have – do you have a 23 on your North Brunswick roster?
That's Stafford.
That's Stafford, okay.
Ken Stafford, yep.
Okay. So I got to make the correction here. But, yeah, he's a terrific player, and he's going to hit a lot of kids here tonight.
Dealgard under center this time. Parker, the man in motion, but he retreats back to the left side of the formation, looks to the sideline for the call. 5:10 left in the opening frame, 2nd and 8 from the 43. Coleman in motion, going to be a speed sweep around the left side. Guess who, Jay? Number 23, Kenton Stafford. Boy, we've seen him make a lot of tackles during his time here at North Brunswick.
Yeah, the last season that they played, he led them with 80 total tackles, and he's a dude, as they say, right? So he'll find you and he'll hit you and he'll take you down. Kenton Stafford, a senior linebacker for North Brunswick.
So a 3rd and 7 from the 44-yard line. South Brunswick needs to get to North Brunswick's 49 for a first down. Shotgun formation, snap back to Dealgard. He's trying to scramble for it, got nowhere to run, dropped right at the line of scrimmage, and that's probably going to bring on the South Brunswick punt team. Boy, every time Dealgard's dropped back, Jay, maybe aside from that first snap, North Brunswick has gotten pressure on him and forced him to get rid of it quickly or tuck it and run.
Yeah, Dealgard's not having much time to do anything out there. Levi Limbert, the opposing quarterback, in on the stop that time for North. So sets up another punt situation. And that means Noah Harrell.
Jay, again, Noah Harrell also plays free safety, but you'll see him handle the punting duties. Just a real weapon for South Brunswick. Does a good job getting it away there. Ooh. And what a good South Brunswick bounce all the way inside the 25-yard line. Going to be marked out at a, well, we're going to wait and see where the side judge stops. Rolls out of bounds at the 25-yard line. So a 31-yard punt, rugby-style punt from Noah Harrell, and the Scorpions are going to get their second crack at it with Levi Limbert and company on offense. It'll be 1st and 10 at the Scorpions' 25.
Such a threat, such a weapon, I guess, better put, when you have a kid like Harrell who can kick the football the way he does. And of course, we've just been talking about his punting so far, but he's a really, really fine place kicker, too.
Jay, it won't be Limbert in at quarterback. It's R.J. Green, the junior, and it's going to be a swing route out to the right side and a big stop That's Galuzzo, 28, tackle for loss. He dropped number 8, Trey Ellis, there in the backfield. So, Jay, on North Brunswick's first drive, the Scorpions lost 5 yards on their first play. This time they lose 3. It'll set up a 2nd and 13 from the North 22.
And a nice tackle that time by Galuzzo. He is a senior, and he's done this before. In fact, he did it 89 times, total tackles the last season that South played.
Green's going to fire a screen out to the right side. 48, A.J. McNeil on the tackle. It was number 10, Tate Davis, making his 2nd reception of the game. Gain of 1 yard. Gets the ball out to the 23-yard line, but North Brunswick in a 3rd and long situation. We'll call it 3rd and 12 from the 23.
Tell you what, R.J. Green, I don't know how successful he will be this evening, but he looks like he can handle himself back there, Sam. You know, it looks real polished, receiving the snap and looking off and following through. Let's see what he can do on this play.
They're going to roll Green out of the pocket, out to the left. McNeil's there, helps bring him down. Also, number 38, Garrett Frazier, in on the tackle. Green got, no gain. Probably got back out to the 23 to set up a 4th and 12. And, Jay, I believe Tate Davis is going to handle the punting duties for North Brunswick.
At the 23-yard line.
Tate Davis, 8 catches, 182 yards, a couple of scores, 16 tackles, 1 interception, a couple of breakups. Average 33.1 yards punting. Kid can do it all.
And South Brunswick's going to want a timeout before this punt play on 4th and 12. Jay, something interesting to note here early in this one. During Brian Davis's tenure in Leland, North Brunswick's been primarily an under-center triple option team. Tonight, they've been all spread. Shotgun. We've seen as many as 5 receivers, so a different look than what we're accustomed to seeing from North Brunswick and head coach Brian Davis.
Well, one of the problems they had in the last season was they played really well defensively. They only gave up a couple of touchdowns a game, but they only scored a couple of touchdowns a game. So I'm sure Coach Lewis, Coach Dave, they're always looking to do something different, Sam, and try to come up with, new wrinkles, and it's based on the players that they have and, the systems that they believe in.
South Brunswick with 2 deep men, number 11, Avion Coleman, and number 3, Danny Parker. And, Jay, they got their heels right at midfield. A short punting formation there, but Davis gets off a good one, takes a bounce right to Coleman. He had just a sliver of an opening there, but was brought down at the 47-yard line, a return of about 3 yards. A good punt by Davis, a good job by Coleman kind of snaring that one hop and getting it out to near midfield. So the best starting field position of the night for South Brunswick with 1:09 left in the opening quarter.
Yeah, Coleman did a pretty good job that time, Sam. It's that football, it hits the ground, and you're not sure what way it's going to go. But Coleman, good concentration that time, and picked it up and gained a couple of yards. So you're right, gives the Cougs real good field position. This is their 3rd possession of the night.
Jay, I just saw the head referee. I've never seen this in a high school football game before. He had to go over to number 5, Cameron Mapson, and make sure his mask was on correctly before this first down snap.
Yeah.
Things you've never seen before.
Well, but we're getting through it, right? As a country, as an area, we're getting through it.
Dilgard with a little quarterback sweep around the left side. Not much running room there. Dilgard did kind of bully his way out to the 49 for a gain of 2 to set up a 2nd and 8. And we're getting in the final minute here of the first quarter. South Brunswick just shy of midfield. We're still scoreless here at Gary Bishop Stadium, North Brunswick High School. South Brunswick in gray breeches, white jerseys, powder blue helmets. North Brunswick in grayish navy pants and jerseys, and those shiny, beautiful gold helmets. Little trap play to Danny Parker. Bulls his way across the 45, down at the 44. Successful play of about 7 yards on second down, and that'll set up a 3rd and 1 from the 44-yard line of the Scorpions.
Yeah, well-run, well-designed play that time, and good stop by Levi Limbert in on the stop as well.
Jay, we're going to see if South Brunswick tries to get a snap off. Only 5 seconds here before the second quarter break, and we are not. That is going to bring the opening 12 minutes of game action to a conclusion. After the break, South Brunswick will have a 3rd and 1 from the North 44 right here on ATMC TV. We're back for the start of the second quarter here on ATMC TV. Jay, no blood just yet in the opening quarter, 0-0. But South Brunswick on the move faces a 3rd and 1 from the 44-yard line of North Brunswick. Now South will be moving right to left on your screen. Jay? Early impressions from the opening 12 minutes?
Kind of like two fighters kind of
Feeling
feeling
each
each
other
other.
out?
Yeah, and we did have the one big pass play by South, and check it, that was North. That was Lindbergh's, right, to Tate Davis. Otherwise, it's been kind of a conservative game.
Bender Sanderson gets the handoff, bulls his way across the 43 for a first down. He was dropped at the 41-yard line, but Sanderson picks up enough yardage for the first down, and South Brunswick in business here with a 1st and 10 at the North 41.
Yeah, moving the chains are the Cougs, and doing it on the ground, which they're quite capable of doing with running backs like Parker and company that hit you hard. Bender Sanderson doing a good job here this evening.
Sanderson again, right up the chute. Ball's on the ground, Jay. It looks like North Brunswick has jumped on it. Waiting on a signal from the official. It's North Brunswick football.
Not sure who got recovery of it.
Jay, I think number 2, Seth DeLuey, jumped on the loose ball there at about the 42-yard line, recovered it, and our first kind of game-changing play other than the long pass from Limbert to Tate Davis. North Brunswick forces and recovers a fumble, and it'll be the Scorpion offense that takes the field near midfield with a chance to strike first.
Yeah, in a game that the last time these two teams played, it was kind of similar, a low-scoring affair. And in that game, which was won by North 11-6, South had 3 turnovers, an interception, and a couple of fumbles. And so putting the ball down on the ground here early in the night, not what you want to do if you're rooting for the Cougars of South Brunswick. However, if you like them Scorps, you're pretty happy.
Jay, little confused as to what's going on here.
Well,
it kind of looks like South's offense and North's offense are on the field here. The chains have been switched like North Brunswick recovered the fumble.
Well,
but that's definitely Dilgard, Sanderson, Danny Parker, Coleman, Miguel Miller on the field for South, and then Limbert and company on offense, the offensive unit for North Brunswick on the field. So some confusion here as to the ruling there.
And as the PA announcer says, it's an official timeout. As the officials, I think, huddle up and sort it out. We thought it was a fumble. We thought that the ball was going over to North Brunswick, but maybe not, Sam.
We're going to wait on some kind of direction here from the official. And, Jay, the chains have already been switched, so I'm thinking if he was ruled down, they're going to have to figure out, what the down and distance should be for South Brunswick. And to me, it looked like the runner was down. Whether he fumbled or not, I don't know. Impossible to see from up here. But he was down at about the 41-yard line, and it would set up a 2nd and 10 for South Brunswick. And, Jay, South Brunswick's going to maintain possession here.
Well, there
they
you
are.
go.
The chains are moving back.
Okay, so
Call on the field was overturned.
the call on the field was overturned.
With no challenge system.
South Brunswick retains possession.
So South will
All right.
retain possession, and it's going to be a 2nd and looks like 12 from the 42-yard line.
Well, wait a minute. We're still moving sticks around out there, Sam. There we go. I believe you're right. 2nd and 12. Okay.
At the 43-yard line.
So
Gonna scoot it
no
up.
turnover,
Going to scoot it up
and
a
now
little.
the ball's
No, wait a
being
minute.
moved back to the 40. So it's going to be a 2nd and 10 from the 40-yard line. So instead of North Brunswick taking over 1st and 10 at its 42, South Brunswick now has a 2nd and 10 from the North Brunswick 40.
Okay, so goodness. So no turnover and no even loss of yardage. It's just, I think. And I'm pretty sure Coach Lewis is happy with this decision. I'm not so sure about
Brian Davis.
Coach Davis.
Maybe not so much.
Yeah.
Again, the season opener for both teams. Both teams had COVID pauses.
You see him down here talking to Brian Davis on the sidelines, the head official. Strange play, I guess.
So,
that's a
Jay?
good-looking coat he's got on there, isn't it? Did you see that? North Brunswick
Sharp.
Scorpions, sharp. Under Armour school now.
Under Armour school, yeah.
We're talking about that in the before the game got started this evening.
You know a thing or two about Under Armour with your Maryland roots. Is that right?
A little bit. I mean, I've driven past their headquarters up in Baltimore, and of course it was a University of Maryland. I think a reserve linebacker, Kevin Plank, who was the one that started the corporation Under Armour, and it's done real well.
You know, I kind of just a mental association who I associate with that brand.
What's that?
Is two former Terps, Ralph Friedgen, the
Yeah.
former football coach, and then Sean Merriman. For whatever reason, when I think of Under Armour, those two names
Yeah.
and their faces kind of, pop up in my head.
And Merriman had a heck of a career with the Chargers, I think.
Yeah,
and,
with his lights out celebration.
Oh yeah, he could play. He was a baller. As they say.
He was indeed. We might play some football again here tonight.
I don't know.
Eventually, there's 11:34 left before halftime. For anyone who's just joining us, South Brunswick ran the ball on 1st and 10. The ball came out. A referee ruled on the field that it was a fumble, and it was North Brunswick's ball.
And they moved the chains.
The chains were switched around. Subsequently, the officials gathered on the field determined that it was not, in fact, a fumble, and possession was given back to South Brunswick. And, Jay, now the ball's being moved from the 42 to the 40 about 2 times back and forth. And, that's about all we know.
It
Looks like South Brunswick will maintain possession.
You folks know what we know. Danny Parker, number 3. I'm sorry, Jaden Granda, number 3 for North Brunswick, out there kind of dancing around, so he's happy. But here we go. Sam South's got the ball.
So 2nd and 9 from the 40. Somehow South Brunswick gained yardage on that play. Coleman with a seam. Ends up in the middle of the field. Brought down at about the 32-yard line. Going to be maybe a yard short of the line to gain. Yep, Jay, I don't think he got quite enough for first down yardage, but you got to think South Brunswick's thinking about 2 plays for 1 yard here in a 3rd and 1 situation.
Absolutely. And again, another fine run by Coleman, this time off the left side of that Cougar offensive line. Big number 68. Trey Ingram's out on that left tackle position. When I say big, I mean big, 305 pounds at the left tackle.
Dilgard's going to keep it on a quarterback sneak. Plenty enough yardage for the first down. Still fighting his way down at the 29-yard line, maybe the 28. So South Brunswick, Jay, inching closer to that North Brunswick red zone. Let me ask you, partner, is it difficult psychologically for these defensive players thinking you forced a turnover and recovered it, and then all of a sudden you're back on the field playing defense again?
Geez, Sam, I haven't a clue. I think they're probably disappointed, thinking that they came up with the ball, but they got to put that behind them and forget all about it and concentrate on what's ahead of them.
Coleman in motion. It's going to be a trap play. Number 3, Danny Parker ended up with it, but was dropped down at the 30-yard line. Loss of 1 will set up a 2nd and 11 from the 30 for the South Brunswick Cougars.
Yeah, and some good defense that time by North Brunswick, number 23, Kenton Stafford, who we've talked about already this evening. He is an outstanding defender.
Well, he's got to have about 3 or 4 tackles already.
Yeah, he's good. He's good.
We just hit the 10-minute mark here, the second quarter, and Stafford making his presence felt. South Brunswick 2nd and 11 from the 30. Cougars traveling right to left on your screen. Dilgard fakes the handoff, thought about firing it, but then he was sacked. Let's see, partner. That was number 6, I believe, Brandon Johnson, the senior defensive lineman who got to him first. Well, maybe not officially a sack, as Dilgard got back to the line of scrimmage to the 30, but that will set up a 3rd and long, 3rd and 11 from the 30-yard line here for the Cougars.
That's great play by Johnson, though, because he had tremendous penetration. And when Dilgard stepped up, Johnson caught him from behind and brought him down. So good tackle by Brandon Johnson to set up the 3rd down situation for the Cougars.
Jay, it looked like South was trying to put that one in the air, but North Brunswick had it pretty well covered, and Dilgard had to tuck it and run with it. Little pop pass to Danny Parker around the right end. Parker still on his feet. Was reaching for the line to gain there. We're going to have to see where he's marked. Jay, I think he's going to be a yard short, but boy, 4th and 1, a lot more palatable than 3rd and 11. So officially a 10-yard completion from Dilgard to Parker, and South Brunswick's going to have a 4th and 1 from the 20-yard line.
Yeah, a nice effort that time. Kind of a short one too, if you will. A good surge off that offensive line by South Brunswick, and they ought to be able to pick up this margin.
Well, on their last 3rd and short, Dilgard just got under center and ran the quarterback sneak for about 4 yards. So let's see if they do the same here.
He's big. He's 200 pounds.
Oh, Jay took a big hit right at the line of scrimmage. The North Brunswick coaching staff. Nope. Line to gain is short.
Yeah.
He is short. What a huge defensive stand. And this time it's the South Brunswick coaching staff that is none too pleased with the call. Dilgard got just inside the 20, but South needed the 19. Mark Shore, our second officiating controversy, if you will, on this drive. But it will be North Brunswick football, 1st and 10 from the 20-yard line. Big sequence there.
Classic example of low man wins, and the low man that time was Kalani Ballard, number 74 for North Brunswick, who got down on that turf.
Blew it up.
And blew it up, yeah. Great play.
Huge 4th down stop, and that had to feel good, Jay, after the reversal of the turnover earlier in the series.
Hello.
Limbert kept it. Jay still on his feet. They got an inadvertent whistle.
Well,
Jay, Limbert still going across the 10, across the goal line for a touchdown, but it's going to come all the way back, Jay. An inadvertent whistle. They thought the North Brunswick handed it off on the speed sweep. Limbert had it, scored with it, but an inadvertent whistle is going to bring it all the way back. And, Jay, on top of that, we got an injured Scorpion down on the field at about the 10-yard line.
Yeah, and I think that's probably somewhat what may have prompted the whistle, the quick whistle, plus the deception of it. It was Calvin Bryant, I believe, from South, who was in with the big tackle, but I can't tell who's down in the North Brunswick backfield at around the 10-yard line.
So, Jay, we're still going to have to see how this shakes out. I would assume it'd be a re-snap, essentially, 1st and 10 from the 20, but the inadvertent whistle would nullify what maybe turned out to be an 80-yard touchdown run by Levi Limbert.
Sam, this is 3 of the strangest plays in the last 4 that you'd ever want to see.
It has not been the finest hour for the officiating crew here in the last 8 or 9 plays. We had a fumble recovered by North Brunswick that was overturned after a conference, a controversial ruling on a Roman Dilgar quarterback sneak, and now looks to be an inadvertent whistle that nullifies an 80-yard touchdown run by Levi Limbert in a scoreless game here with 7:40 left in the second quarter.
Still trying to identify who the injured North Brunswick player is. You can see him surrounded by a lot of folks that are trying to help him and are very interested for sure. 7 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock in the second quarter. A scoreless game here at North Brunswick. And Sam, the young man that's down, I believe, is in a fair amount of discomfort. Looks like he was kind of slapping the ground there with his arm and hand, and let's hope he's okay.
And Jay, I'm trying to use the process of elimination with the numbers I do see on the field and on the sideline, but I'd hate to speculate.
I know.
Number 8, Trey Ellis, or number 5, Cameron Mapson. I haven't identified either of those kids in the huddle there at the 30-yard line or on the sideline. But what we're going to do is take a short break as we try to get this sorted out. 7:40 left before halftime. County rivalry game, scoreless. North Brunswick and South Brunswick here on ATMC TV. We are back here at Gary Bishop Stadium on the campus of North Brunswick High School. Jay, it was number 8, Trey Ellis, who was banged up on that play. We thought he was the tackled ball carrier. Turns out Levi Limbert had the ball, ran and scored, but an inadvertent whistle wiped out the play. So we're going to see if we're just going to have another 1st and 10 snap from the North 20-yard line.
Well, the good news, though, there is that Trey came off on his own and looked like he was – walking with some assurance. So hopefully he's okay, and more so we can even see him play later on this evening. And now the officials are going to have to sort out what the heck's going on the field.
So, Jay, after these last 15 minutes, anything I say is basically a total guess. But it looks like they're going to have blown the play dead where Limbert was when the whistle came, which looks to be at about the 27-yard line. So maybe they're going to give him a gain of 7 and stop him there where the play was blown dead, even inadvertently. It appears maybe the 28.
Sam, I don't know. I just don't know. they're trying to figure out something, and the officials are over talking to Rocky Lewis, and they're also talking on the other side to Brian Davis, trying to figure this out. One thing's for sure, it appears that Levi Limbert's 80-yard touchdown run is going to come off the board.
Jay, believe it or not, I have some experience with inadvertent whistles.
You do? Tell
Yep.
us.
I hope my father is not watching,
Okay.
but I'm going to share the story. Was 1994 state playoffs, West Brunswick against Eastern Randolph. West was down by 3 or 4, final moments of the game. Dad calls a fumble rooski.
Oh, yeah.
Offensive lineman's running free for a touchdown. Inadvertent whistle.
Oh, no.
Cost the Trojans a touchdown, ended up not scoring, and Eastern Randolph went on to win the game. Oh, so, Jay, here we go. There was no touchdown. However, it was a gain of 23 yards by Levi Limbert, and it'll be a first down North Brunswick at the 43. Which, Jay, I really don't understand because the whistle was blown way before Limbert got to the 43. So
how they chose it there, I'm sure they have rationale for it, but that's where it is.
So Limbert takes the shotgun snap, rolls out, going to fire a deep one. Davis, the intended receiver, he went up and got it, Jay. Incomplete.
Wow.
Receiver or official calls it incomplete. Davis out of bounds on the catch. So, again, North Brunswick's offense moving down well toward the south end zone, but they're going to have to
move
kind
back.
of trot back there.
Darn, that was a nice catch by Tate Davis that time.
You know how they teach receivers to high point the football?
Yep.
He did exactly that.
Sure did. He looked awfully good on that. Almost made a legal catch out of it. Great effort by Davis, and not a terrible throw by Limbert.
No, I mean, Jay, you're a former quarterback. Isn't that kind of what you want there? Put it up where only your guy can get it?
Well, in my case. Oh, no, up in the air.
Boy, off the hands of the intended receiver and straight up into the air. I think, is that 7, Nathan Assad?
Yeah.
The intended receiver couldn't corral it. That'll set up a 3rd and 10 from the North 43.
North tossing it around on this play, on this series, Sam, and trying to figure out how to crack the code on what's otherwise been a pretty stingy South Brunswick defense.
Jay, has this been the most eventful, scoreless quarter and a half that we've ever seen?
There have been some odd plays here this evening, for sure.
3rd and 10. Limbert gets the shotgun snap, rolls out to his right, pressured, caught. What a grab by number 1, Marquise Willis at the 44-yard line. A gain of 13 and a North Brunswick first down.
Man, I keep looking for Marquise all night long, wondering where is he, because he's playing out in the slot, but he's a heck of a ball player. Over 300 yards rushing and a couple of scores, and of course an outstanding defensive player as well, but showed his receiving ability there.
Limbert's going to keep it this time.
Maybe not.
Oh, a non-ball carrier and the ball carrier got tackled on that play. So number 42, Bo Cook there, tackled number 11, Tim Uleman, who didn't have the ball, and then a host of South Brunswick defenders brought down Limbert, who did.
But Shelton, give him credit. That was a pretty good stop.
Good
right?
little wrestling 2-point takedown there, I believe. But gain of 1 to the 43, where North Brunswick will have a 2nd and 9. Limbert sprints to his left. He's going to tuck it and run. Drop down right at about the 40-yard line. South Brunswick in there reaching for the ball, trying to strip them there of possession. Limbert marked down at the 41-yard line. A gain of 2 or 3 yards, and it'll be a 3rd and 7 from the 41.
Pass situation for North, and they have not scared to throw the ball for sure. You got kids that can catch it like Davis and Willis, and Limbert, if given time, can be accurate.
Looks like North Brunswick intent in the first half on moving the pocket. You know, they've liked Limbert on the run here in the first quarter and a half.
Athletic kid, let him use it.
Limbert kept it, and he was dropped Number 28, Galuzzo. He's made a difference here in the first 2 quarters of this game. So 5.5 minutes left before halftime. A loss of 2 on the play, and that's going to set up a 4th and 9 from about just shy of the 43-yard line. We'll see what Brian Davis and the North Brunswick Scorpions want here on 4th and 9.
Another nice play by Galuzzo, Sam, as you called out. Getting great penetration and then making the right read.
Exactly 5 minutes left before halftime. Still scoreless. North Brunswick, South Brunswick, ATMC TV. False start, Jay. That might change the equation there for Brian Davis and the Scorpions. Looked like the left guard just kind of raised up a hair early. And what was a 4th and 9 would now be a 4th and 14, and that will change the equation as Tate Davis is now moving from his wide receiver post to the punting position, and looks like North will kick this one away.
Yeah, go put his punting hat on now, but chance for North to really pin South back if Lindbergh can get off a good punt here.
Davis with a wobbly kick. Parker's trying to chase it down, Jay.
He touched that ball, Sam. I think he touched that ball. The officials
The
didn't.
referee said he did not, and it's going to be a touchback. And, boy, dangerous there for number 3, Danny Parker. And, Jay, it'll be 1st and 10 South Brunswick at its own 20, and we have officially entered the twilight zone.
I'll tell you what,
in this first half.
the Cougs dodged a bullet that time, Sam, because I was thinking, it looked like to me Parker had maybe touched that ball, which of course it would have been a live ball. But they still dodged the bullet because it went into the end zone, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
A couple of rolls less, and they would be inside their 1-yard line.
And they dodged a bullet as an inadvertent whistle wiped out a potentially 80-yard touchdown.
Twilight Zone stuff you're talking about.
Coleman's got it. He's dropped. Big-time defensive play by Marquise Willis, who was fired up on the field after a big stop. Loss of 5 yards will set up a 2nd and 15.
Folks at home watching that one, that's how you tackle. That's how you tackle.
Boy, that was textbook there. Boy, Willis has made play.
Every
time we have North Brunswick, this kid makes a huge play or two.
Well, that's what I was saying before. Marquise, where you been, man? Looking for you all night, finding you now.
Dilgard in the shotgun, flanked by Sanderson. Man in motion. Dilgard fakes it, throws it out to Sanderson, who makes a Scorpion miss, dives down at about the 22-yard line for a gain of 7. But South Brunswick will need 8 more yards to get a first down here. It'll be 3rd and 8 from the South 22. Good-looking play that time, Jay. Well executed by the Cougars.
Yes, it was. And looks like we got a timeout called maybe.
32-yard line.
Well, I was wondering if he had gone out of bounds on that play.
Yeah, so it looked like the official maybe ruled that Sanderson had dove out of bounds, but the game clock went on some, and now I think we might be trying to get a few more seconds added to the game clock.
Yeah.
It shows 3:28. 3:34. They're going to reset it to 3:34.
Yeah, I think you're.
If the man yelling in the bleachers
is correct.
Is correct. And there we go.
Our bleacher spotter, nice job. Big play for North here, though. If they can hold, they're going to get the ball back and a lot of time to do something.
And probably pretty good field position.
No,
well, they're going to get a free 5 yards there. That's 74, Kalani Ballard, who jumped into the neutral zone there.
I wonder if Kalani is at some level related to me. Because my lovely wife, Darris, maiden name, Ballard.
Listen, Kalani got the athleticism.
He did. She got the looks.
Family.
She got the looks, but he got the game. So
okay. No doubt.
All right.
3rd and 3. Dilgard hands it off around the left edge.
Another
big hit by the Scorpions. Huge defensive stand. Brian Davis wants a timeout. He literally had to chase the official down and pat her on the back to get the timeout there with 3:24 left. So 3rd and 3, unsuccessful. Lost about 4 or 5 yards. And South Brunswick will be forced to punt from its own 23-yard line here in the latter stages of the second quarter.
Yeah, bunch of Scorps in on that tackle, but they were led by 14, Joey Panas from his defensive back position. Joey is a junior.
Also a Scorpion wrestler.
Another one of them wrestlers.
Indeed.
Wrestlers, whatever they call them.
He and Yoel Del Rio, number 41. Trying to see if I recognize any more wrestlers.
Yoel Del Rio. That sounds like a wrestler, don't it? That sounds like a wrestler. He ought to be wearing one of them. He ought to be on that. Well, I guess Aaron wrestling's on every night of the week now, just about, right? So.
Fourth and 7 from the 23-yard line. North Brunswick just used one of its 3 first-half timeouts. Scorpions also used one earlier before a 4th down snap. So Brian Davis has one left. Noah Harrell again handles the punting duties for the Cougars. Good snap. Harrell gets away, a spiral kick. Fielded cleanly. Got some running room there. That's Mapson, number 5, and he's tackled at the 45, but that one's going to come back to near the 40-yard line as they're going to get North Brunswick there for a block in the back.
You know, those low kicks, Sam, get run back a lot.
They do.
Yeah, you kind of out, the coverage can't get there in time. But in this instance, no worries for South because of the penalty against North Brunswick.
So 3:14, we've reached the pie stage of the second quarter. 3:14 left before halftime.
Wait a minute. The pie stage.
Pie, like 3.14?
Not cherry, apple, blueberry.
Whatever kind you want, but it's the pie stage.
You're going to pull out some mathematics or statistics or some of that stuff. You ain't got no more idea.
It's the only math fact I know.
Radius.
Circumference.
Diameter.
There you go.
I won.
Total yards.
You win. I quit. Nice one. 3:14, and you said pie. Every math teacher in Brunswick County that had you is surprised.
And I had some good ones.
I bet you did.
North Brunswick going to try and break this scoreless tie here. R.J. Green rolls out. Jay's dangerous with the ball in his hands. Good gain there on first down all the way out to the 50-yard line. So, he picked up about 7 or 8 yards there on that first down carry, and a good start to this possession for the Scorpions. Green and North Brunswick going to get on the ball quickly as we're at the 2:48 mark here in the second quarter.
Said it about Green earlier, Sam. He just kind of looks comfortable back there in that QB position, right? He can run the ball, can throw. Not this time.
Boy, South Brunswick was all over him that time and made Green turn blue as the rushers dropped him at about the 48-yard line. And that will set up a 3rd and 4 from the North Brunswick 48. They need the South Brunswick 48 for a first down.
Our buddy Shelton in on that play again, Sam. 42.
Good linebacker for South Brunswick. Both defenses have been up to the task here tonight, partner.
Sure have. They're going at it.
Man in motion. Sweep is faked. Green rolling out. Fires one across his body. And a big hit by number 10, Noah Harrell, separated the receiver from the football on what would have otherwise been a first down completion from Green to number 1, Marquise Willis. Boy, talk about textbook, Jay.
Yeah,
what Noah Harrell just did to the receiver was perfect.
Not only technique-wise, but timing-wise, and excellent play by Harrell. He's a great kicker, a great punter, but we forget just how doggone good he is as a defensive player. 75 tackles his junior season, a couple of interceptions, a couple of fumble recoveries. So Noah Harrell. good football player.
And a big stop there for South Brunswick.
Oh, yeah.
North Brunswick had pretty good field position, had a good gain on first down to set up a 2nd and 2, and then couldn't advance it any further. So Tate Davis on the punt. High wobbly kick. Fielded by Coleman. Made a great play to field it. Jay's still on his feet. What a return there by number 11, Avion Coleman, all the way out to about the 37-yard line. So, Jay, now you flip the script, and it's South Brunswick who will have a chance to advance the ball down the field and maybe steal some points before halftime.
Well, Coleman's had a pretty good first half.
He has,
Sam,
indeed.
You mentioned his name on numerous occasions, and every time for good reason. The senior showed some pretty quick feet on that return.
So 1:41 left before intermission. Scoreless here on the campus in North Brunswick High School. Dilgard going to move under center now. Danny Parker in motion. Takes the handoff around the right side. Fighting for yardage across the 40. Dropped at about the 43-yard line. A gain of about 6 will set up a 2nd and 4.
Panas and Lindbergh in on the stop that time, but hard-running Danny Parker, not easy to bring down.
He is not. Jay, remember in 2019, as good as West Brunswick was defensively, allowed 6 or 7 touchdowns the whole regular season. They had trouble with Danny Parker. Pass complete from Dilgard to Bender Sanderson. He's knocked out of bounds by number 3. I believe Jaden Grana there was there to push him out of bounds. But the pass was complete, and Sanderson raced out across midfield to the 47-yard line. So a gain of about 10 yards and another South Brunswick first down.
Yeah, nice little play that time by Dilgard. The good ball fake, and then catches 34 Sanderson coming out of the backfield. And Sanderson's smart enough to get out of bounds and stop the clock.
Dilgard, stop route, complete over to the far sideline. Number 6, Miguel Miller.
First catch of the night for Miguel.
Yep. Jay, what did you say? 2019, 46 catches?
46 catches, almost 600 yards, and 6 touchdowns.
Yeah, big year Miller had.
Hey, and don't forget, Sam, not a lot of high school kickers are around like this kid Noah Harrell. Now, I don't know what his range is, but what the heck, they may get down close enough that they can take a shot with him.
57 seconds left here in the first half, 0-0. South Brunswick has a 2nd and 3 from the 40-yard line of North Brunswick. Hand off to Coleman around the left side. Coleman still on his feet. Somehow. Finally brought down. Number 3, Jaden Granda was there. Number 1, Marquise Willis also there on the stop. Ball marked at about the 38-yard line, a yard short of the line to gain. And South Brunswick wants a timeout with 45.8 seconds left in the second quarter. Jay, 3rd and 1 from the 38-yard line. Again, South Brunswick has a more than capable place kicker in Noah Harrell. What's the thought process here if you're South Brunswick head coach Rocky Lewis?
Well, I think you got to get a little closer than where you are now. The question is, how much closer do you need to get? I know Harrell in 2019 as a field goal kicker, 6 for 7 on the season. Unfortunately, I don't know the lengths of those kicks. 13 for 15 point after. So he's got a strong foot, this we know. But they'll need to get the ball. What would you think, Sam? If you get the ball into the 20.
If you get it to the 23, you got a 40-yarder.
That's probably one you go ahead and take a swing at, But to do that, they've got to pick up some yards here. First thing they need to do is to pick up the first down, which moves the chains and stops the clock.
And get a fresh set of downs. Dilgard in the shotgun. He's going to
that.
fire a route all the way over to Miguel Miller, who secured the catch at the 33. It's a gain of 5, a South Brunswick first down. Only took about 5 seconds off the game clock. And Jay, that's a tough throw for a high schooler to make there. That's from this the hash
One
closest
hash
to
to
us
another.
all the way out to the opposing or the other numbers. So a good strike there from Dilgard to Miguel Miller.
Well, Dilgard's got a strong arm, and we know Miller can catch.
1st and 10 at the 33. Dilgard drops back, thinking about taking off and running with it, but he was chased down from behind. That was Stafford and number 40, Tristan Marks there, who brought him down at about the 34-yard line for the sack. And game clock all the way down to 24 seconds left, and South Brunswick wants a timeout to talk things over.
And, Sam, I don't know, do they have any timeouts left?
The scoreboard says no.
No, okay. So they've got a tough situation here to advance the ball far enough that they could get their field goal kicking team on and a legitimate attempt to take a shot at it without the ability to really stop the clock. So,
and Jay, if the Cougars are far enough, toward the Scorpion end zone where you do have enough time left to try and advance the ball, past the first down marker, and then you can think about running up, spiking it, and killing the clock before you then get your field goal team out there.
Well,
so,
sure.
Still some options here for the South Brunswick offense.
We a couple of years ago, didn't we see a field goal at the end of the game that was resulted in a South Brunswick win?
Yep.
Not from and if I remember right, the ball was around that part of the field.
Yeah, I remember it looked like North Brunswick might go in for the winning score, and then Tim Harrington picked off a pass
and
ran it back to like the 25
and got
jumped out of
bounds.
bounds with like a tenth of a second left.
Smart enough to do it. Yeah, Tim's in the United States Army now and doing really well, but that was a big play.
Dilgard dumps that one down to Bender Sanderson.
He
Does a
got
good
out.
job picking up some yardage, Jay, and then jumping out of bounds at about the 27. So from here, it would be a 44-yard attempt. Without knowing Harrell's range, you got to think South Brunswick's getting pretty close.
What's the breeze tonight? Looks
would be in his face
a little bit,
according to the Under Armour flags on the far side of the stadium.
So that means maybe you want to get even closer. I don't know. Listen, with Miller, maybe you take a shot at the end zone.
And North Brunswick playing looks like some kind of quarters defense with 4 defensive backs kind of lined up there.
There it is.
On the 10-yard line. Dilgard tries to get one to Miller, but fires it incomplete. And much to the chagrin of Rocky Lewis, and I think maybe Dilgard had an open man underneath there that could have advanced the ball, maybe got enough yardage for the first down. And Jay, I think it's safe to assume that South Brunswick's still out of Harrell's range because it's 4th and 4, and, no one skipped a beat. They left the offense out there, without thinking much about it.
Tell you what, there was a ton of North Brunswick pass defenders in the end zone, right?
It's like a prevent defense from the, 34-yard line. Dilgard across the middle, off the hands of the defensive back, number 1, Marquise Willis. It's going to be a turnover on down, so North Brunswick's defense hangs strong there. A huge defensive stand right before halftime, and there's only 6 seconds left before the break here at North Brunswick High School. Still scoreless, partner.
Sam, that was a great example of sometimes the best pass defense is a good pass rush. And there was some pressure on Dilgard that time. I believe it was number 6, Brandon Johnson, leading the way.
And, Jay, a good thing, too, because Parker had some space in the middle of the field there on that kind of post route.
I would think the Scorps maybe just
content with taking a knee?
Yeah, take a knee here and get to the locker room and regroup.
So, quite an eventful scoreless first half. Had an inadvertent whistle, an overturned fumble, a questionable spot on a 4th down quarterback sneak. Add all of that up, and you got a 0-0 tie between county rivals South Brunswick and North Brunswick here on ATMC TV. Stay here with us. We'll have the second half for you right here. And we're back for the start of the second half. It'll be the South Brunswick Cougars kicking it away to the North Brunswick Scorpions. Jay, we didn't have any points in the first half, but, boy, it wasn't shy on a drama or eventfulness.
It's certainly crazy things happening, and a lot of them having to do with, some officiating and interpretation and whatnot. But, neither team was able to get into the end zone and have it count. So we've got 0-0 here to start the third quarter. I don't know. It seemed like maybe things were getting a little more football-like towards the end there of the second, so maybe that'll continue on here in the second half.
So Adrian Rubio kicks it off to Willis. Willis has got a seam all the way out near midfield. A good return by Marquise Willis. Great start to the second half for the Scorpions as Willis is tackled at the 48-yard line where North Brunswick will take over 1st and 10.
Sam, I should have said this because I was really thinking it. But when you get a game like this, which neither team can really gain control, there's not a lot of continuity either way. Maybe it's going to be a special teams play or maybe a big turnover that'll make the difference. And certainly Marquise Willis' return there is a great way to start the quarter for North.
Man in motion, Limber in at quarterback. He's going to keep it around the left side. Dropped at the 48-yard line, but he picks up 4 yards. It'll be a 2nd and 6 from the South 48.
I like the way Limber at that time kind of hurry up and wait, right? He waited for the back to clear, and he paused and hesitated and let his line get off the ball, and then he just wrote him up for a good 3-yard gain. Maybe even 4-yard gain.
We'll call it 2nd and 6 from the 48-yard line of South Brunswick. Limber in the shotgun. Quarterback sweep again. This time Limber brought down very close to the 45. We'll give him the 44-yard line for another gain of 4. So North Brunswick trying to establish a little rhythm running the football here in the first possession of the second half. And the Scorps face a 3rd and 2 from the 44.
Just kind of riding the interior of that Scorpion line. Number 53, the center, Hayden Nance, only a sophomore, doing some good work inside.
It's going to be a give this time, but A.J. McNeil met the ball carrier in the hole, brought him down at the 43-yard line for a gain of 1, and it's going to set up a 4th and 1 from the 43-yard line.
So, what do you do here, Sam? A decision for Coach Brian Davis.
Here comes Stafford, Jay, in on offense.
I know what they're doing.
Another blocker.
If that fellow's coming in the game, there's going to be some bodies colliding.
Exactly. Limber's going to stay in the shotgun. And he's going to keep it, and he's got more than enough for the first down across the 40, down at about the 37-yard line for a gain of 4 and a North Brunswick first down.
Yeah, nothing fancy that time, but the guys up front, 75 Rassiopi and 72 Perry.
Braden Lanier,
Granda.
62.
Yeah, Granda from his tight end position. So maybe it's going to be, smack football here in the second half.
So 4 straight runs result in a first down. North Brunswick's offensive line kind of imposing its will a little bit here early in the second half. Limber keeps it, gets from the 42 to the 37 to the 34 for a gain of 3 yards. That'll set up a 2nd and 7.
Yeah, a little bit of a rock fight going on right now in those offensive and defensive lines, an advantage for North Brunswick. Playing real well on this first possession to open up the third quarter. 9 minutes to go.
Can't help but wonder if maybe North Brunswick lulls them to sleep and then tries to hit one over the top. But for now, Limber's just going to keep it. A.J. McNeil and about 6 other South Brunswick Cougars in on the stop, including number 33, Noah Atkinson, the senior linebacker. So minimal yardage on second down. Ball marked at the 32-yard line. So a 3rd and 5. Looks like North Brunswick needs to get to just shy of the 27 for a first down.
You mentioned A.J. McNeil. Have we called his name a lot over the years? Or
We have.
Because he sounds
We have indeed.
really familiar. The senior defensive lineman for South Brunswick does an excellent job.
So a big play here, 3rd and 5. That's it to Davis. Mason Howlett breaks it up. Pass incomplete. No flags on the play. So we'll have a 4th and 5 coming up from the 32. Boy, Jay, that's some good one-on-one coverage by Mason Howlett.
Well, let me tell you, Sam, you can put a star by that one, because after running about 7 straight plays in the interior of that line, that time Lindbergh stepped back and looked for his favorite receiver, Davis, and it was close, but not for the good defense by Howlett. That could have been a reception and could have been a score.
4th and 5, ball marked at the 32-yard line. 3 receivers to the top of the screen. Lindbergh fires an out route. Cannot hit the intended receiver, number 3, Jaden Granda, and it will be a turnover on downs. And, Jay, we've just seen so much of that tonight. The teams are moving the ball, it kind of in between the 30s.
Yeah.
But then when they get down a little close, the defenses are bowing their necks and coming up with critical stops.
Yeah, both teams bending but not breaking. And, again, maybe it's going to take a turnover or a big play in some fashion, a special teams play perhaps, or that long pass that started the game looked promising, but nothing much offensively since then.
So South Brunswick takes over, 1st and 10 at its own 32. 8:04 left in the 3rd quarter. Danny Parker in motion, gets the handoff around the right side. Some hitting going on near the line of scrimmage tonight. Parker maybe got a yard out to the 33. It'll be a 2nd and 9.
Both these teams have been beating on each other in practice for a long, long time. They're so happy to get out and hit an opponent in another colored shirt. It's just really strange that, you'd have a rivalry game right out of the chute, but that's exactly what's turned out for North and South here in this 2021 spring football season.
2nd and 9 from the 33-yard line. Dilgard under center. Danny Parker in motion. This time it's going to be a toss to Parker. He's still on his feet, partner. Got a big gain. Knocked down at about the 48-yard line, but a gain of 15 yards and a South Brunswick 1st down.
Excellent play that time by the Cougs. And I was trying to see who got the blocker.
Yeah, just wash somebody out over there.
I want to say it maybe was Coleman who blocked somebody in the backfield that really allowed Parker to get around the edge. But whoever it was, trust me, Rocky Lewis knows, and he'll be congratulating him for it. But nicely run that time by South Brunswick, and a good effort by Parker.
Jay, interesting that Danny Parker, with as much success as he had in the fall of 2019, he was relatively quiet first half. First 2 plays of the second half for South Brunswick go right to Parker.
Kind of waking up, and uh-oh.
Procedure penalty.
Looks like it.
Flag on the play.
6:43 left in the 3rd. Jay, I think it's going to be a procedure penalty against South Brunswick.
Well,
and it
you're
is
right.
indeed. So instead of 1st and 10 from the 48, it's going to be 1st and 15 from the 43.
Good call by my partner.
From the 43-yard line.
Boy, Jay, 68 for South Brunswick. Trey Ingram, 6'2", 305 there from his left tackle position.
That's a
Hoss.
That's a big fella. That's a big fella. You don't want to run into him.
And they got A.J. McNeil right beside him.
Right smack dab beside him.
Dilgard's going to drop back. Oh, he hit Miguel Miller right in the hands at midfield, but Miller couldn't corral it, and it falls to the turf incomplete, and it'll be a 2nd and 15 from the 43.
Miguel doesn't drop a lot. That one he probably like a do-over on it for sure. Real nice Nice hands, and gosh, been around this program a long, long time. I think he certainly saw varsity time in the 9th grade.
He's one of those, Jay, that, since we've been together, he's been on every varsity, South Brunswick game we've done.
That's right, and a lot of them basketball, too.
Danny Parker around the right side made one Scorpion miss before he was brought to the turf at about the 47. Give him 4 yards, maybe 3 yards on the gain across the 45 to the 47. That will set up a 3rd and 11 from the 47-yard line.
Parker 5'9", 180. Now that's, not huge, but, not tiny either. But, some guys, just the way they run, the way they're put together, it hurts when you hit them. And I think Parker is one of those kinds of kids. When you hit him, it ain't going to feel real good, right? Because
he's not slowing down when he gets to that hole.
He going to punch you, and you're going to – and I have him down as a junior, and I think that's true. But another
procedure penalty.
Yeah.
So the Cougars shooting themselves in the foot here on their opening drive of the 3rd quarter. Oh, no, Jay, this one's against the Scorpions. So instead of a 3rd and 11, it'll be a much more manageable 3rd and 6 from about the 47-yard line of North Brunswick.
Well, that's a break for South, and although I don't know, Coleman may be still running if they hadn't gone offsides.
5:21 left here in the 3rd. South Brunswick has a 3rd and 6 from the North 48. Going to have to reset the play clock here before this snap. Dilgard under center. Coleman in motion. Toss sweep out to the left. North Brunswick trying to chase it down, and they do just that. Guess who? Marquise Willis. Huge stop, loss of 2 yards, sets up a 4th and 8 from near midfield. But with established punter Noah Harrell, a chance for the Cougars here to pin North Brunswick deep.
Willis, 60 tackles, an interception, and a couple of pass breakups in the 2019 season. So no surprise that Marquise is playing as well as he is here this evening. I think they're going to stay away from this kick.
Yeah, I think North Brunswick may be content in punt safe here. Harrell gets off a good one. Wow. Bounces just shy of the 20, still rolling inside the 10, getting ever so close to the 5. It will be down at the 7-yard line.
Punting.
42-yard punt, no return, and the Scorpions will be backed up against their own goal line here. And, Jay, in a scoreless game, those plays can't be overstated. Their importance.
You're absolutely right, Sam. You put a big double star by that. You have a punter that can handle things the way that kid can, Harold. That's a weapon, man. That's just a weapon. And Harold changes the field with that great kick.
4:27 left in the 3rd quarter. Still scoreless here at North Brunswick High School. Scorpions will take over 1st and 10 at their own 6, actually. Ball was down at the 6. Limbert still in at quarterback in the shotgun. Quarterback sweep around the right side. Limbert thrown down at about the 7, and they're going to get North Brunswick's Tate Davis with a unsportsmanlike conduct penalty. He continued to block Mason Howlett after the play, and instead of the ball going out to about the 8-yard line, I think it's going to be backed up to about the 4.
And if that's the case, it's one of those mistakes you wish you had a do-over, right? Those mental errors for sure hurt you. The official's still trying to sort it out and see what happened, where it's going to go. It is going to go against North.
Against the Scorpions. Maybe half the distance to the goal.
Well, Jay,
Well,
didn't cost them 15 yards,
no.
but half the distance to the goal. So instead of it's a 2nd and 12 here from the 4-yard line.
just another unusual play in a game full of unusual plays here this evening.
Limbert in the shotgun. Going to try to run around the right side. Jay, still some extracurricular activity going on between Howlett and Tate Davis there out wide. Ball marked at the 4, so no gain. Sets up a 3rd and 12. And, Jay, if South Brunswick's defense can come up with a stop right here, then North Brunswick's got, some real trouble punting from its own end zone.
Yeah, and the Cougs got a really good shot, if they can hold here, of coming out with great field position.
I mean, maybe inside the 40.
If you only got a score from, half the field or less, that's advantage. See what they can do on this one. Lots of wideouts for the Scorps on this play.
Limbert back to throw. Fires a short pass, complete. Oh, Jay, very, very close to the marker. I think North Brunswick needed to get to the 16-yard line for a first down, but the pass went for 11 yards.
Nathan Assad.
They needed 12. Assad on the catch.
On the
Good
catch,
call, partner.
But it does let them kick from a much more favorable position than they were. So I guess that's Lindbergh back to kick.
Davis
back to kick, okay.
Coleman and Parker, the return men for South Brunswick.
So Tate needs to put the foot into this one. And maybe this is the special teams play that we were talking about, perhaps changing this game.
A low end over end kick. Parker fields it cleanly, blocking the back, partner. Yep. Boy, that was a plain as day one there. So, Jay, an opportunity, pass. Parker returned it to about the 33-yard line. Instead, I think South's going to start on its side of the field at about the 48 if it's 10 yards from the spot of the foul. And, Jay, that was pretty textbook blocking the back there.
Yeah, there wasn't much doubt about that one, was there, Sam? That and that hurts you so much because where were they down to? About the 30 what?
33, 32.
And where are they going to end up? Probably
on 48.
Yeah, so that's huge, man.
I mean, Jay, that's a 19-yard difference. Even if you just stand there and Parker gets tackled, that you got it at the 42, 43-yard line going in.
And the way, the way both teams tonight have just struggled offensively to, put anything consistent together. 19 yards in the hole to start. That's a tough way to begin. But it is what it is, and they still do have good field position, just not nearly as good as what it would have been.
Yeah, Jay, under normal circumstances, you'll be happy starting any drive at your own 48.
Oh, for sure.
Just kind of a missed opportunity there for South Brunswick. 2.5 minutes left in the third quarter. Dilgard fakes it. He's going to fire it deep, partner, into double coverage. North is there. Off the receiver's hands and off a defensive back, and it falls to the turf incomplete. And, Jay, I got to feel like if you're South Brunswick, you're pretty fortunate that one wasn't picked off. Kind of hung in the air there a little longer than I think Dilgard wanted it to.
Absolutely, and if you counted, there was a whole lot more, blue shirts there than white shirts, right? So, yeah, I think the Cougs dodged a bullet that time. Miguel Miller just not able to bring it in.
Number 31, Caden Cook, coming in for North Brunswick, replacing Marquise Willis. Be interested to see if South Brunswick tries to attack downfield again without Marquise Willis on the field. Handoff to Bender Sanderson. Bulls across midfield. Dropped at the 48-yard line. A gain of 4 yards will set up a 3rd and 6 from the 48.
Well, you just keep thinking, Sam, there's going to be a big play.
It's coming.
Just something's going to bust, right? And once that busts, then golly day, the dam might just break. But
the dam has held up thus far.
It sure has, and getting there has just been a struggle,
3rd and 6 from the 48-yard line. Coleman around the left end stood up.
Nice.
Just stoned. Guess who? Kenton Stafford brings him down for a loss of 2 yards.
Well, I'll tell you what, that kid could play on any team in the league.
Around, yep.
Any team in the league. That kid's going to see some time. He is really good.
So, Jay, South Brunswick, came up with a 3-and-out there with North Brunswick pinned back deep. Had a penalty committed on the punt return, and then, get 2 yards on 3 plays, and Noah Harrell finds himself punting again to the Scorpions. But, Jay, another opportunity for South Brunswick with Harrell, to pin North Brunswick deep. Oh, not Harrell's best effort there, but does advance it. And it's finally down at the 33-yard line. So a 17-yard punt. And, boy, circle that one. You're not going to see Harrell do that one much. But did get it away safely, and North Brunswick will start this drive from its own 33.
Yeah, all things considered, North will take it.
Yep,
right?
Absolutely.
North will take it.
And, Jay, interestingly enough, on North Brunswick's second play from scrimmage, it had a 55-yard completion from Limbert to Tate Davis. And just, I'm not sure what North Brunswick's longest play is since then, but maybe 7, 8 yards, or the 11-yard completion from Limbert to Assad, and R.J. Green's going to be sacked. That was number 38, Garrett Frazier, the sophomore defensive lineman, with the sack all the way back at the 25-yard line. So an 8-yard loss on 1st and 10 sets up a 2nd and 18, and we got 30 seconds left here in the third quarter. Green back in at quarterback for the Scorps.
RJ didn't have much time that time, and great pressure by the Cougars.
Jay, North Brunswick could let this clock run out to the start of the fourth if it wanted to.
I think they just might do that, Sam.
I believe they will. So, partner, still scoreless going into the fourth quarter. North Brunswick 0, South Brunswick 0. We'll have the fourth quarter for you here, right here on ATMC TV. Of the fourth quarter will be an inauspicious beginning to the final frame for North Brunswick. The Scorpions face a 2nd and 18 from their own 25. R.J. Green in at quarterback. The junior just took a sack on 1st and 10. Garrett Frazier pulled him down 8 yards behind the line of scrimmage. So North Brunswick trying to get something going offensively. 2nd and 18 from the 25. Green's going to fire that one over to the near side. Jaden Gronda, the intended receiver. And Gronda just kind of kept running there. A miscommunication between Green and Gronda.
Yeah, well, I don't think he had much of a chance of catching anything because of the really good defense by Ty Ingram. 5'11", 175-pound senior defensive player for South Brunswick really had him guarded closely. So third down, right?
I can only assume the thought was there, throw a jump ball.
Yeah.
With Gronda's size, maybe he can go up and get one. But nevertheless, it's 3rd and 18 from the North 25. They're going to roll Green out to the left this time. Jay lost it. He lost the ball. It's on the turf. And the Cougars have recovered. A game-changing play recovered by number 54, Calvin Bryant, the senior nose guard, comes up with the fumble recovery. I didn't see who stripped it, but South Brunswick will have a 1st and 10 at the 17-yard line of the Scorpions.
Yeah, Green was trying to get out of the way of some of the defenders, and that ball was kind of out there, and somebody knocked it loose, but more importantly, Calvin Bryant falls on it for the Cougars, and wow, this is by far and away, Sam, I think they're
the best scoring opportunity of the night.
And you know, when they started here in the third quarter, they had some good success. Wasn't fancy, not necessarily pretty, but just kind of riding that charge right up the line. So let's see if they come back to that here. They're certainly in field goal territory, if nothing else.
No doubt. Would be a 34-yarder if they didn't gain another yard. So Dilgard under center, Sanderson, Parker, and Coleman in the backfield. Give is to Sanderson. He's got a little bit of room, but brought down, right at the 15-yard line, a gain of 2, and it'll be a 2nd and 8.
Seth DeLuey in on the stop that time for North Brunswick. The Scorps really got to tighten up here and at least get out of this with no more than a field goal.
And, Jay, there really is not much room for error at all in a 0-0 game. Certainly none here for the North Brunswick defense.
And you see Dilgard up under center for the second play in a row. So
A.J. McNeil coming back in at tight end. It's Coleman, Sanderson, Parker in the backfield flanking Dilgard, who's under center. Handoff to Parker around the right side. Makes one man miss. Makes two men miss. Parker's got a seam. Knocked down. Oh, but ruled down at the 8-yard line. Very, very close to the marker.
I'll tell you what, absent another fine hit by Stafford, and that would have at least been a first down, if not a touchdown.
Ruled down at the 7, actually. So enough for the first down, Jay, and it's a first and goal from the 7-yard line for the Cougars.
So 4 pops to pay dirt for South Brunswick. Really, really, really got to concentrate on hanging on to that football.
Dilgard under center. First and goal from the 7. 10.5 minutes left. End around to Coleman. Ball's out, and it bounced right to Danny Parker, and Jay might score. He does. Into the end zone for a South Brunswick touchdown. What a fitting play in this game. End around to number 11, Avion Coleman. He's drilled by the North Brunswick defender. Ball pops straight in the air, right to Danny Parker, who corrals it and rushes in from the 8-yard line for the game's first score. Danny Parker touchdown gives South Brunswick a 6-0 lead with 10:26 left in the contest.
So does Coleman get an assist on that? I don't know. Or maybe the North Brunswick defense gets the assist. I'm not sure. Point after's good.
It is good. Noah Harrell splits the uprights, and with 10:26 left in the game, we have our first score. It's South Brunswick 7, North Brunswick 0. And, Jay, if it wasn't already, now the pressure really on this North Brunswick Scorpion squad.
Yeah, and who have just, not really had much success moving the football here this evening. And, Sam, you expressed it well. I mean, on a night where some strange plays, right, some strange calls, and just a game that hasn't really been able to find its, its equilibrium, if anything else. And the first score of the game comes on a really odd play. That ball just popped right up into the air. Danny Parker, right place, right time. Knows what to do with it when he gets it. And the point after gives South Brunswick a 7-0 lead with a lot of time to go, 10:26 in the fourth quarter. But, wow, that lead almost seems insurmountable the way the teams have struggled here offensively tonight. 2 turnovers, right? It was the turnover for South to get the football, and then, it wasn't a turnover, but it was a fumble that they were able to retain and score on. So still a lot of time left to go and still a lot of opportunity for North to get back in this game.
And, Jay, maybe starting right here with, Rubio's kick. You never know. Maybe North Brunswick can make a play on special teams to kind of, spark them.
Maybe this will open that dam we were talking about, right? So we'll see.
Deeper kick this time from Rubio, fielded by Willis. He bobbled it a little bit, trying to return it, and he is met there by number 28, Jacob Galuzzo. Throws him to the turf at about the 24-yard line, where North Brunswick will take over this possession with 10:18 left in the game.
Big special teams play by Galuzzo that time, right? So, because Willis can go, and Jake in on that stop. So into the game. Limbert's back in now for R.J. Green at quarterback.
Jay, I'm wondering if North Dutton just trying to open it up with Limbert back there, passing from the pocket. We're going to find out soon enough. It's going to be a little speed sweep around the left side.
Boom.
Galuzzo and number 33, Noah Atkinson, just waiting on him. Bring him down at the 25. It'll be a 1-yard gain to set up a 2nd and 9.
Well, you talk about setting the edge. Atkinson and Galuzzo were a proverbial, white shirt wall that time, and give credit to both of them for that tackle. Atkinson, haven't called his name out a lot tonight, but he's one of their experienced returners and outstanding player. 75 tackles in their last 2019 season.
Limbert's got him. Boom, first down. I think that's number 1, Marquise Willis on the catch from Levi Limber all the way out to the 43-yard line, a gain of 18, and signs of life from the Scorps.
Well, it helps when you have some time to throw, and that time Limbert had plenty of time from the good blocking by the offensive line, and hits Willis on a little crossing route. Willis a little slow getting up. He got a pretty good lick from Mason Hallett, but you're right, Sam. Some life for North.
And what a throw it was by Limber.
Great throw, right on the money.
Buzzed it right in there, put it right on Willis's chest. North's going to try and throw it again. Oh, very nearly picked off by 2 Cougars, but it hits the turf and falls incomplete. And, Jay, that time Limber didn't have a whole lot of time.
No.
Kind of threw that one under duress.
Yeah, and that makes a big difference. Again, I've always thought the best pass defense is a good pass rush. He had some pressure that time, and Noah Harrell almost came away with a deflected interception.
And for our viewers who have not seen the interview with your color analyst, Jay Combs, hometown hero, Jay Combs. I'll get back to that after this snap. Nowhere.
Wow.
Number 11, Tim Uleman on the carry.
And number 48.
A.J. McNeil on the stop.
A great play by McNeil that time. How many times has that young man done that in his high school career?
If anyone, go to YouTube, find a hometown hero interview. Our hometown. I don't know where I made up hometown heroes. Our hometown, ATMC TV, with yours truly, Jay Combs. Did I hear right, Jay? Limbert's going to be brought down, partner, for a sack. And that's going to set up a 4th down and force the Scorpions to punt it away here with 8.5 minutes left to go in the game.
That's that sophomore Frazier again, Sam.
Called his name a lot.
Absolutely. He's had a good game.
Called his name a lot. Were you the first quarterback in your high school's history?
I was. Somebody had to be. They started the program when I was a junior there, and I had the first touchdown pass in Overly High School history because somebody had to, right?
So did you go to Overly as a freshman and sophomore?
I'm so old that it was only 10th, 11th, and 12th grades.
Okay.
So yep, and they started high school, or they started football in the county in my junior year.
So Davis kind of kicks that one straight out of bounds over the heads of players on the North Brunswick sideline. Very nearly took out a dance team member down here on the track. Marked out of bounds at the 45, so about a 12, 13-yard punt, and South Brunswick will be set up with a chance to extend its 7-point lead.
Boy, a promising drive on, the nice pass completion, but kind of ends abruptly. So South back out on the field, and 7:43 to go. I don't know. That's a lot of time to work with, but they'd like to take as much off that clock as they possibly could.
7:43 left. South Brunswick 7, North Brunswick 0. A fumble recovery and run in for a touchdown by South Brunswick Danny Parker. South Brunswick was on offense, had a 1st and goal at the 7. Coleman fumbled it. Went right to Parker, who scooped it up and ran it in. And, Jay, now South Brunswick's offense is going to be moving backwards. I believe they're going to get a holding call against the Cougars, and that will push South Brunswick back to about its own 35-yard line for a 1st and 20.
2-yard gain on the play, also a flag.
Yeah, I've told this story, Sam, before, although I'm not so sure we talked about it in that wonderful interview with Jim McCollum. What a great guy. But anyway, when I was a senior, on a rare occasion, I scored a touchdown. It was a 64-yard run, and it took a long time for me to get 64 yards into the end zone. The next year I came back to school. Kids come back after they graduate, say hey to the coach and stuff, and the head football coach, a guy named Joe Andrioni, he long since passed away, said, "Hey, Combs," he said, wanted to show you the film of your touchdown run, but it took you so long, we ran out of film." And back in those days, it was film. It wasn't
actual
tape.
film.
Yeah, it was. It took so long, we just ran out of film. And I said, "I know, Coach, I know."
South Brunswick picks up about 3 or 4 yards on 1st and 20. That'll set up a 2nd and 16. And, Jay, 7 minutes, a long time, but North Brunswick up against it here in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, they've, I guess, Sam, they're not quite at that point where you tell them tackle the ball, right? But they just haven't really moved the ball that well tonight. So they've got to try to not only stop South, but not let them move too far so they can get the ball in some kind of reasonable field position and try to knot this game up.
And South milking play clock now, partner, in between each snap. Play clock all the way down to 5. Dilgard under center. Hands it to Coleman on the speed sweep, trying to get the edge, and he's got it.
Wow.
Coleman across the 30, still on his feet, finally brought down just shy of the 20-yard line, and South Brunswick firmly in control here. I think we got an injured Scorpion down on the far sideline, but South Brunswick in business after about a 35-yard run from Avion Coleman. The Cougars will have a 1st and 10 at about the 23-yard line. Try to get eyes on 6,
maybe.
Brandon Johnson.
Could be. Boy, I'll tell you what. Didn't know a lot about Avion Coleman coming into this game, but think I better prep up on him.
He can run.
He's pretty quick. Once he finally got around the left side of the line of scrimmage, it was a foot race, and he's fast.
And Jay, with 6:18 left, and South Brunswick with a 1st and 10 at the 23-yard line. It's going to take some big playmaking ability by North Brunswick here on defense to keep the Cougars off the scoreboard, because you got to think of any kind of points here for South Brunswick is going to make it really difficult on North Brunswick, which has been held scoreless to this point.
Right, 2 scores would be really difficult. And again, South is a team that has the potential to do that with their field goal kicker. And Sam, you were right. That is number 6, senior Brandon Johnson, coming off the field under his own power. That's the good news, but rather gingerly for sure. So we'll have to see if Brandon's going to get back in there tonight. Hey, while we got a little bit of a break in the action, special shout out, if it's okay.
Let's hear it.
Want to say hey to my grandson, Mike Nemus, up in Leesburg, Virginia. Quite a football player on his own for those Tuscarora Huskies. So he's on the JV team as a sophomore, and he's seen a little bit of time as a player on the varsity. And he cut his thumb over the weekend pretty badly. He had to have surgery today. He's going to be fine. I'm not sure about his mom and dad,
So
right?
get well soon,
and his grandmother,
Mike.
but get well soon. Get back out there on that field. He had 22 touchdowns as a freshman.
And if I understand it correctly, Tuscarora's varsity team played for a state title last year.
They've been in about 2 of the last 3. They got a bit of a program up there. I don't want to say they're hoggered.
Ball's on the ground, partner,
There you
and
go.
North Brunswick's got it. Danny Parker was fighting for extra yardage, lost the ball. It was recovered by North Brunswick. Jay, he's marked down.
Wait a minute.
Oh, boy.
Golly day.
Man, Brian Davis is going to lose it,
Oh.
I'm afraid,
Oh.
after the first half shenanigans and now this.
Sam. The whistle has played as much of a role in this game tonight as have the players.
Boy, take back everything I said. South Brunswick retains possession. It'll be 2nd and 10 from the 23. And, Jay, whether or not forward progress was called, that's another one. But, boy, that ball looked like it was out.
Kind of sort of did, which happens a lot in situations where that ball carrier is just, really
fighting for extra yardage.
Yeah, the football gets loose easily.
Coleman around the left side, still on his feet. Finally brought down, number 44 for North Brunswick. Anthony Martels was in on that tackle. Set up about a 3rd and 8 or 3rd and 9 from the 22-yard line of North Brunswick. And, Jay, 5 minutes left. 5 minutes left, South Brunswick clinging to a 7-0 lead.
So, Sam, where are we, 22?
The 22, yep.
So that's, 39 field goal?
Yep.
And that's, I got to think that's in Harold's range. Now, lots of crazy things can happen if you decide to kick a field goal and you're not successful. But looks like South's going to think about it anyway.
Yeah, it looks like South Brunswick's going to call a timeout. And, Jay, all night long, I could not remember the name of the kicker who made that walk-off game-winning field goal here against North Brunswick. And it came to me.
And
Declan Hall.
Wow. And he nailed that thing.
He nailed it.
Yeah.
It finally hit me with 4.5 minutes left in the game what his name was. Declan Hall. Another good place kicker and punter for South Brunswick.
South Brunswick, yeah. That's a good get on your part. But that was such an exciting play. And, because it was at the end of the game. I mean, literally, it was the last play of the game. And
yep.
Really, really a fun game.
So, Jay, how aggressive do you want to be if you're Rocky Lewis and South Brunswick here? 3rd and 9 from the 22-yard line, another score. Goes a long way in salting this one away, but you also don't want to get overly aggressive and turn the football over.
Well, they dodged a bullet here 2 plays ago, right?
Indeed.
They really did. So, yeah, absolutely. Possession is, in this situation, 10/10 of the law, right? You gotta maintain possession. I think the decision for Coach Lewis is, on that, if they don't pick up the first down here and it's 3rd and 9, what are you going to do on that 4th down situation? Do you go ahead and try to make it a 2-score game, which would be just about impossible for North to overcome, or do you depending on what you pick up on this down? Do you try to go for it on 4th down, knowing that worst case, even if you don't pick up the first down, you're leaving much of the field for North to have to negotiate, something that they just flat out haven't been able to do very successfully here tonight.
So 4:23 left in the game, 3rd and 9 from the 22-yard line. Coleman in motion. Dilgard fakes the handoff, rolls to his right, still on his feet, finally sacked at about the 30 or 29-yard line, and Brian Davis wants a timeout. So, Jay, that might eliminate any possibility of South Brunswick attempting a field goal.
Yeah, that was the one alternative that I really didn't think about, was the fact that they would lose yardage the way they did that times, which I think takes them out of field goal territory for sure, and almost it guarantees that they're going to have to go for. They'll go for a on fourth down here. It's too close to punt, I don't think, Sam.
Yeah, I think at the 28-yard line, and Jay, it's about a 4th and 14 from the 28. So you got to think North Brunswick's going to be guarding that line again there with everything they have. South Brunswick needs to move the ball to about the 13-yard line for a first down. North Brunswick, if it comes up with a stop here, Jay, even though it hasn't been effective on offense tonight, will have a chance to drive in for the game-tying score.
Yeah, and I tell you what, gutsy call that time by the Cougs to throw the football. That was the last thing I was thinking about, and, of course, that's exactly why Coach Lewis probably did it, because you're figuring the defense is not going to be aware. But doggone, the Scorps were that time, had a lot of pressure on Dilgard, and going to set up a very interesting fourth down situation here.
And, Jay, kudos to North Brunswick's defense for being prepared for that. I thought no way South Brunswick would attempt to put that ball in the air.
Heck no. They're going to punt, Sam.
Yep.
What do they call these? Pooch kicks?
Pooch kicks.
Pooch?
But, boy, a punt from the 28.
Daggone.
And,
now,
look, Rocky Lewis knows what he's doing.
He sure does.
No doubt about it.
And if I were the punter, I mean, every punt was a pooch, so not hard for me.
A good snap. Harold's just going to run around with it. Now he's going to kick it.
Well, looky there.
And, Jay, it's going to net South Brunswick 8 yards, the punt. The ball was on the 28. It was a touchback, and it will now come all the way out to the 20. And, Jay, you almost think, I think it was Bo Cook who was down there. If you just kind of turn around and catch it, down it at about the 10.
Yeah, I don't know who. There were a couple of white-shirted players that were very close to that bouncing ball.
Yeah.
And had they been able to, deflect it or stop it, wow, what a great kick. But anyway, you got to go 80 now, so.
Not a bad result for South Brunswick.
Yeah, if you can do it, North, if you can do it, this is your chance to do it.
So 1st and 10 from its own 20-yard line. Limbert going to stay in at quarterback. North's going to air it out. Pass complete. Davis has got it across the 30 for a North Brunswick first down. 11-yard completion from Levi Limbert to Tate Davis. Well, he's had a good night out wide for North Brunswick. That's his 4th catch for about 70 yards.
Well, they're probably going to play a little soft in that secondary, so the underneath passes ought to be open. And if North, with 4 minutes to go, Sam, a lot of time, and the clock stops when you make a first down, can kind of be content here to be methodical, they can move this ball upfield.
DeLuey in motion.
Okay, which way is this going?
So they're going to rule that it was thrown. It was a lateral. It went out of bounds at the 26-yard line. So it's going to be a loss of 5 yards, and that will set up a 2nd and 15 from the 26.
Trying to see who that number 11 maybe for North?
Yuleman,
okay.
Yep.
Not able to bring it down, so probably just as well that it's incomplete.
Oh, very nearly was kind of picked off by a South Brunswick defensive lineman.
Exactly.
3.5 minutes to go. Limbert's going to fire outside. Assad was there, but the defender, Noah Atkinson, got there. Looked like a good defensive play to kind of, he was right there with Assad, the intended receiver, and it falls to the turf incomplete. It'll be a 3rd and 15 from the 26.
Yeah, that's just a good play by Atkinson that time, separating number 7 Assad from the ball. So sets up a 3rd and 15, Sam, and getting kind of got to go to the well time if you're the Scorps.
3:29 left. Limbert drops back, fires had Davis there, but it had a little too much heat on it, off of Davis's hands and incomplete. So now it's decision time for Brian Davis, who faces a 4th and 15 from the 26.
Well, an interesting call again, and it looks like they're going to kick it away. I think they might. Yep, Tate Davis is back in punt formation, unless they got a trick play, Sam.
Jay, I don't think South Brunswick's going to send. Yeah, they are actually. Coleman's going to go back deep.
Well, he better make sure he hangs on to that ball, if in fact he touches it at all.
Davis does kick it away, and it is a boomer. Oh, boy, Jay, Coleman fell down.
Did he touch it? Did he touch it?
No, he didn't, and wisely when he went back to get it.
Sam Hickman.
24 and 30. Boy, a 53-yard punt that time by Tate Davis.
But could you have totally been surprised if
when
he fell down the ball
hit him?
No,
it would have been par for the course for this game.
Absolutely, that's exactly how this bizarro game has gone tonight.
That's why I was initially shocked that South even sent anyone back deep.
Get the heck away from it.
Yeah.
And he just slipped and fell.
And a big-time punt, by Tate Davis. Just a high, spiraling kick, took a great North Brunswick bounce. So now, Jay, you think if you're North Brunswick and you come up with a stop and South has to punt from back there, maybe you can get it back near midfield with one final chance to go tie the game.
Well, Davis did his job. He turned the field, right? So now it's up to the Scorpion defense to do theirs.
It's going to be a handoff to Parker around the left side, still on his feet, brought down just shy of the 30-yard line at the 29, so a big gain on first down, and I think Brian Davis may hang on to one of those 2 timeouts after the 8-9-yard gain on first down.
We talk about a positive first down play. It was it there to pick up that much yards on that run. You moved the clock, you moved the ball. Boy, everything going the way of South right now. Dilgard doing a good job, Sam, just taking his time.
10 seconds on the play clock, 2:20 left in the game. Handoff inside to Sanderson. He's got enough for a first down. That will stop the clock momentarily. North Brunswick only has 2 timeouts left, Jay, and they're going to have to start using them probably after this first down snap.
So 2:17 to go, and I think you're absolutely right, Sam. They're going to have to start stopping the clock with the only 2 they got, unless they can stop South Brunswick.
South Brunswick has managed this clock brilliantly in this fourth quarter. Even with about 7-8 minutes left, they were already starting to take time off the play clock, more methodical in their approach, and then doing a good job of it.
That helps when you got a veteran quarterback.
Absolutely. Coleman around the left side. Boy, he was drilled by Stafford there. Dropped for a loss all the way back at the 30-yard line, a loss of 3 yards, and there's the second of North Brunswick's second-half timeouts. It'll be a 2nd and 13 from the 30. Jay, you got to think North Brunswick will call its last timeout after this second down snap. For argument's sake, we'll say South Brunswick runs it again on 3rd down. North Brunswick wouldn't be able to stop it again, and the game clock would be all the way under a minute left when South Brunswick had to punt it away, if it comes to that.
Yeah, so best case for South now is that they get the ball back probably on their side of the field with
45, 50 seconds left at best.
At best, yeah. So a tall order. But, the way this game has gone tonight, crazier things have happened, right? So you play it all the way. You play until there's no time left.
And, Jay, ironically enough, North Brunswick still scoreless and had a potential touchdown wiped off the scoreboard in the first half by an inadvertent whistle.
Yeah, that's a tough one when you go back and you look at the film after this game. You'll see that, and you'll woulda, shoulda, coulda, right? And generally, look, it never comes down to a play, a player, but but there are some that sometimes just seem to have a little more meaning, and that particular one qualifies.
2nd and 13 from the 30-yard line. Hand off to Parker, and Jay, that might ice it. Parker's gone. He is across the 50, across the 40. Kind of ran out of steam there at about the 33-yard line and wrestled out of bounds. North Brunswick only has one timeout left, and Jay, that'll do it. That'll do it. South can take a knee on it.
Yeah, I think that is gonna put the final kiss on this one tonight, Sam. I was thinking that Danny was trying to get down and sort of couldn't get down until he was tackled down, but that might very well do it.
Assuming South Brunswick can secure the center quarterback, snap exchange here,
which
they're going to be able to run this one, if not all the way out, awfully close to it.
Yeah, and of course, assumptions, of course, we know what they sometimes turn out to be. But, yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And they're in their kind of almost a quasi-victory formation now.
Just going to run the quarterback sneak. And Dilgard hangs on to the ball down to about the 28-yard line.
And I think North, well, they were saying stop the play clock.
Start the play clock.
The play clock.
They want it. The quicker that 40 can get going, the better North's chances of maybe getting the ball back with a second left is. North still does have one timeout left, but, Jay, the play clock at 17. South could snap this one with about 31, 32 seconds left.
And still have another 2 downs.
And still has another 2 downs. I just don't think it is mathematically possible for North to get the ball back unless there's a botch snap of some sort. North is going to call its final timeout with 30 and a half seconds left. So, Jay, one more snap. One more snap, and that should do it. South Brunswick looking like it'll be 7-0 winners over North Brunswick here in a season opener for both teams. An odd game. Never really got to a flow. But, boy, if you're South Brunswick, you'll certainly take it.
You'll take the W for sure. And, nothing like we thought maybe this game would be other than close and competitive, and that it has been. But I think both these teams are going to get better as this season progresses. I think, what we've seen out of both of them tonight, not necessarily what we're going to see out of them in, say, week 6, right?
Absolutely.
But listen, Rocky Lewis will go back to Boiling Springs tonight, happy to be 1-0 on the new season and getting out of here with a pretty hard-earned 7-0 victory.
Now, Jay, we've seen South Brunswick, North Brunswick, West Brunswick, Ashley, and Laney. Your thoughts early on regarding the Mid-Eastern Conference?
Well, of the Brunswick County schools right now, I think you'd have to favor West. They've been pretty dominating in a couple of their 2 wins. Laney's going to get good. Ashley wants to get good. And everybody's got to beat Hoggard, right? So, and Topsail looks like they may be real this year too. So, it's setting up for what should be a pretty competitive and hopefully at times a very exciting conference year.
But for tonight, it's the South Brunswick Cougars, 7-0 winners over the North Brunswick Scorpions in the season opener for both teams. South Brunswick 1-0 will host Topsail on Saturday. North Brunswick back to the drawing board, 0-1, still searching for their first win of the season. He's Jay Combs. I'm Sam Hickman for Aaron Varnum and Nathan Evers and the entire squad at ATMC TV. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you next time here on ATMC